Hallo. Oh, bin ich gerade dunkel? Warte, ich brauche mehr Licht. Hallo. Und ich sitze hier in der Mitte. Das ist egal. Na. Ich habe schon mal wieder Frames gedroppt. Herrlich. Fängt schon wieder gut an. So. Oh boy. Ja, ich bin die Dinkelheit. Die Dinkelheit. Und so. Kennt ihr. So, ich glaube, ich habe alles, ne? Ich habe alles offen. Sollte alles offen sein. Hallo, Seppo. Hebo. Du hast, glaube ich, mitbekommen, ne? Ich habe ein bisschen Probleme mit Ballern zu organisieren. Mal gucken, wie das wird. Sobald ich es habe, schreibe ich dir, ne? Dann können wir gucken, wegen dem Tag, wo du da bist für das Spiel. Die Mehrkörnigkeit. Oh no. Nicht die Mehrkörnigkeit. So, ich will aber sagen, wir beginnen. Ich hab schon wieder vergessen, was wir das letzte Mal gemacht haben. Es war irgendwie Vorbereitung. Warte, ich muss meine Kamera ein bisschen besser richten. Ich sitze echt auf der Seite. Honk! Honk! Hallo Tarist. Hallo Bayern. Hallo Seppo. Hallo Melva. Ich habe gar nicht Hallo gesagt. Ups. Sorry. Ich bin verpeilt heute, okay? Ich bin immer noch Dinge am tun. So, continue, ne? Genau, wir haben... Was ist passiert? Irgendwer wurde nicht umgebracht. Der Fake Shakespeare ist nicht gestorben. Und irgendwas mit Seife. Ich glaube, mich zu erinnern. Irgendwas mit Seife und, Ding. Hallo, ich brauche einen Guide. Help. Ich weiß nicht, was es geht in dem Spiel. Help. 22. Februar, 9:23 Uhr. Ah, stimmt. Wir sind wieder in der Timeline zurückgesprungen. Wir sind wieder zurückgesprungen in der Timeline. Vor dem letzten Fall vom ersten Game. Keine Ahnung, ich verstehe nicht. Genau, Shakespeare oder so. Shakespeare, whatever. He didn't. Ja, er ist nicht ganz gestorben. Das ist gut, wo ich auch nicht. Kein Mord, ja. Das ist krass, ne? Also wir dachten, er sei tot, aber dann ist er wieder aufgestanden. Er wurde vergiftet, glaube ich. Wir wissen noch nicht genau wie. Kurz nach dem zweiten Fall. Okay, mit dem ersten Teil. Okay. Die Old Bailey. Defendant's Antechamber. So. Die Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. It seems to get chills down my spine and I break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. Er hat Angst davor. Objection hearsay! Ich meine, was? Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. Das Zweilein! Ja, okay. Achso, Siggi. Good morning! So, Siggi, please. Good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove you didn't stab Miss Green in the back. Ah, stimmt, die kam ja auch vor. Olive Green. Wir haben sie getroffen. Wir haben Olive Green getroffen. Ich weiß nicht, ob wir den Reaper wieder sehen. Ich denke schon, ja. But now this! Another morning, another murder. And here I am again in this hellhole. Can't keep coming to court. Jetzt zum Glück arbeitest du nicht hier, ne? Hello, Beauty. I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh. Nein, nicht bad news. Ich möchte keine schlechten Nachrichten, bitte. Oh, oh. Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, good morning. So, here we are again. Yes, again. Warum sind die so awkward? Hallo? Ist irgendwas passiert? Habe ich was verpasst? Hä? Was? Okay. Was? Ist never mal awkward für awkward oder so? Hallo? Entschuldige, das ist Miss Mikoto, aber Esquire ist. What's the bad news? Oh dear. You heard, did you? Haben sie irgendwie einen Augenzeugen, der vermutlich lügt? If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say. Oh, I'm sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Mr. Sato. Now, what is it? Sie haben einen Augenzeuge, 100 Pro. Augenzeuge, come on. Well, it seems that the prosecution nee, es geht um das. In today's trial will be led by Lord Barak von Zieks. Natürlich, yes! Von Zieks. Von Zieks? Ah! Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Yes. Von Zieks! Ah, danke, Taris. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Soseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth. We managed to pull it through. But still. Von Zieks, mal auf! Ja, der hat bestimmt hatte genug Gläser dabei. Perhaps... falsche Stimme, das ist Susato, der da redet. Ich bin verwirrt. Hallo. Perhaps Mr. Natsume acquittal. Mr. Natsume ist Apostroph S. Danke. Lesen kann ich. Acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter after all. Yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Von Zieks is the prosecutor. Oh no! That even if that person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. And we've experienced it firsthand. Ja, wir wissen ja, dass er... Warte, wissen wir zu dem Zeitpunkt... Nee, warte. Zu dem Zeitpunkt wissen wir nicht, dass er schuldig war. Das ist verwirrend. A man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal. Right here in the Old Bailey. Burn! Do I have to put up with this ice-cold ice pouring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper. Pair of petrifying petrus potentially. What? Perils. Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Yay! Grillparty. Achso. Ah, das war nur eine Grillparty, ja, I see. Now comes to the Mr. Naruto Esquire. Yes. I'm innocent! You have to believe me! You, more than anyone now! Ich mag Sosekis Face. Ist so gut. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally, even every step of the way in this battle. I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear. Ja. Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go. Oh yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean. Mano. Wow, that's probably for the best. Mega rude. If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as weakness. If Lord Von Zieks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least, that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo. You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, said local student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Well said. Dieser Titel, ne, den Soseki ihm gibt, ist furchtbar. I swear on the sword at my side. And on the spirit of Kazuma that it habes. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free, with honor. Vielleicht nicht. Moment. Oh, yes. Oh, oh. So, ich habe keine Ahnung. Ich muss gleich mal in den Court Record gucken. Ich habe keine Ahnung mehr. 22. Februar, 9:40 Uhr. Old Bailey Courtroom. Und wen haben wir da im Stand? Ey, es sind immer die gleichen Leute, ne? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Vampire Daddy ist da. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. Wow! Voll gut. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. Batch! Oh no! Für den zweiten Teil andere Juroren. Nee, gibt's nicht. Ja, für mehr Leute war kein Budget da. Oh no. It's not just in my imagination, it's really there. Lord Van Zieks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. Ja, warum mag er uns nicht? Hallo? Ich bin voll nett. It was some time ago now that the first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now, he's back in court. For some reason. Voll nett. Ja, wir sind voll nett. Ich weiß nicht, was du hast. Ist voll freundlich hier. Ja. Das stimmt. Leider ist es gefloppt. Ich verstehe nicht warum. I'm sad. Vielleicht hat er von der Japanerin einen Korb bekommen. Genau. Only when I'm defending. This Reaper, which is a curious disdain of forced Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Ja, bestimmt, der letzte Fall wird bestimmt irgendwas mit ihm dann zu tun haben. 100%. Also, you know. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Suzuki-san's trial. So, warte, ich muss mal im Court gucken. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to present the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? Absolutely, I had a feeling this Larkin wasn't innocent before. Oh no. I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my head refuses to sit right. Also. Das Problem ist, glaube ich, es ist halt im Westen gefloppt. Also es ist in Amerika gefloppt, oder? I don't know. Ich bin mir nicht sicher. Ich habe nicht ganz Ahnung, wann die rauskam. Oh well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually. Oh, das ist eine neue. Was ist das für eine Tante? I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. Das ist eine neue Dame. Ah ja, wieder. I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight. Or the missus will go through the roof. Also. Oh man. The Lord shows us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict. Opa. The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public. And that the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. Let's make this quick! No way. Ja, leider. 6 citizens of London, chosen at random. Ja, naja, also halb random, you know. Or at least, that's the idea. So, also er kennt sie auch wieder, gut. The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Ach so! Ja, das ist natürlich auch eine gute Erklärung. Ah, habt ihr euch gut rausgerettet. Ah, sie. Very well. Let us commence the trial. Lord Van Six, your opening statement, please. Warte, ich gehe jetzt kurz in Court Record reingucken. Okay. Badge! Ich meine, was? Okay, wir haben immer noch das Buchreceipt mit den Büchern, die ausgelehnt wurden. Wir haben die Street Map immer noch. Wir haben Seife. Shakespeare war sein Name. Shakespeare, Mr. Shakespeare. Mit dem Abdruck für... keine Ahnung, eine Münze. Wir haben noch nicht rausgefunden, was das ist. Wir haben einen ein Briefumschlagstück, was sehr lustig gerissen ist. Und wir haben 2 Tassen, wo nur in einem was drin war. Da hat es einen Rand. Da nicht. Ja, wir wissen ja mega viel. Das Grüne war... Aber dann hat er gar nichts getrunken. Ha? Wie das grüne Natsumis war. Was? Okay, das ist nicht gut. Okay. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decisions. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Das stimmt nicht. No! Ja, gut. Siegs, nein! Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Bestens vorbereitet, yep. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely, that of the attempted murder of this neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. Yay. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to the stand. Wer wird es sein? Beimantel. Achtung, Pinax! Ich meine, was? Sorry. Sorry. The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself. Also warten wir in Zeit auf dem Stand? Ah ja. Oh no. Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector, Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Ich kann seine Stimme... Oh, no. Seine Stimme wird mich wieder kaputt machen. No! Fuck. Gregson. Warum? Warum habe ich ihm so eine Stimme gegeben? Ah! Suzuki Natsume from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture. Mr. Natsume. Yes, my lord. Sir. I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken that you swore on oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it were yesterday. Hat er was dafür, dass er beschuldigt wird? Hallo? Plus? Mürrischer Aue-Effekt. Knockback, Norden, Schwert. Ah! Das schon mal. The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough. Believe me, this is the last place I want to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Hallo, Kitty. Hevo, na, wie geht's? Right, you are, sir. Ach nö, ich will nicht. Ja, Hilfe. Ah ja. The incident occurred at the Gary Depp household, where the defendant has lodgings. Ah ja. Mhm. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare. Shakespeare. Du hast Nudelsalat im Kühlschrank, Glöcke. Achso, dann viel Spaß mit dem Nudelsalat. Ich hoffe, es schmeckt. The defendant has already admitted to visit the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shakespeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by wie spricht man das aus und was ist das? Help. Google. Ich brauche Google. Wo ist Google? Wo ist Google? Was ist das? Bedeutet das? Was ist das? Ja, es sind Alkaloid. Das hätte ich mir jetzt auch denken können. Deutsch. Strychnin. Dosen, keine Ahnung. Starre Muskeln. Ist ein Analeptikum. Ist eine Droge. Rattengift! Da steht's. Es ist Rattengift. Es war früher Rattengift. Strychnin. Ich weiß nicht, wie man es ausspricht, richtig. Egal, whatever. Gregson weiß das auch nicht. He was found in the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door. This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident. Immer diese Locked Rooms Sachen, das ist furchtbar. Das ist bestimmt Angelschnur. Irgendwer hatte bestimmt Angelschnur. Definitiv. Das wäre es eigentlich mal in ein Ace Attorney, aber für Conan Spiel. You know. Angelschnur, immer. Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to the exit from the room impossible. Nicht die Angelschnur. Angelschnur? Ist das eine Katze? Wenn eine Katze angelt, benutzt sie dann eine Angelschnur? Ja. Nicht? Okay, gut. Eigentlich müsste ich, warte. Ich weiß gar nicht, ob ich das hinkriege. Hört ihr das? Okay, lassen wir das. Oh no. Es gibt ein Wii-Spiel, what? Cool. Although the victim, Mr. Shakespeare, lives to tell tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. Englische Synchro, ja gut. Chirp, chirp. Man hört's also, nice. Gut. Oh no. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. Oh. Da drüben ist irgendwas ausgelaufen. Yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much diseased. Er stimmt mit seinem Seife auf dem Tisch. Weird. That's right. Everyone present. Everyone present. Lesen. Everyone present believed that's exactly what he was. Stimmt, wir haben ihn auch gesehen. Ach nö, okay, das ist scheiße. Wenn sie alle die Namen ändern, das mag ich gar nicht. Wenn sie es halt schlecht ändern, wenn sie es halt unnötig ändern. Ich meine, bei Phoenix Wright haben sie es auch geändert. Aber sie haben es gut gemacht. Very well, I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. Okay. Wir haben ein Crime Scene. Sie erstmal angucken. Kann ich hier irgendwas sehen? Was hat sie Interessantes? Sie hat eine Pfütze am Boden. Man sieht nicht viel. Man sieht sein Ohr. Das ist ein Ohr. Die Seife auf dem Tisch und sein Gabel. Okay. Now then, Mr. Natsume. Yes, yes, yes! Oh no. As a defendant, do you have anything to say at this at this juncture? Lesen. Ja, die Lokalisierung war da halt gut gemacht, aber so grundlose so, warum Ran in Rage-Slum benennen? Das ist halt kein Grund, so. Sie halt von Naruhodo zu Right gewechselt haben, ist so ein ja. Passt ja. They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits. Damit kommst du nicht durch, okay? Good gracious, what's haunted? My lodgings. There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one in the streets outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me? What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times. Also, really? Killed, Mr. Natsume. How? Even on that fateful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shakespeare's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into the bed, but before long, the stove went out. And somebody tried to kill me! Das war bestimmt die Katze, die auf sein Gesicht sitzt. Oder so. You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume. But it's so cold! My runny nose would freeze! Also, gut. But the point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Oh. Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonable clear picture of events. Judge is a good dad, yes. If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shakespeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal. And he has named the true culprit. No! The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? Good gracious, oder so. Keine Ahnung, konnte nicht lesen. Order! Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Soseki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him? Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation? Der Finger! Bitteschön. That evening, yes, I take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shakespeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I brought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never! Okay. The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before. Okay. That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection. None whatsoever, my lord. Das wird ja tatsächlich auch gefragt. Good, then you will give your account of events on the night in question to the court now. Yes, my lord! So sick hier so over the top, ne? Schlimm. So. Testimony, the catastrophic night. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Stretching takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't kneel over immediately after taking it. The victim could have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Okay. Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward. Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless, presumably, though the teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they? Why didn't I think of that? Weil du ein Dumbass bist, Ryu. Weil du ein Dumbass bist. Ganz einfach. Well, as it happens, no, we haven't been able to. Warum nicht? Weil wir die Tassen geklaut haben. Warte, haben wir? Ich weiß es nicht. Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect substance. Weil sie die Tasse geklaut haben. 100 Pro, jetzt kommt bestimmt das, oder? Ja. How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done? My learned Japanese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Ich glaube wirklich, wir haben die Tasten weggenommen. Unable? Why? Ach so, okay. Ja, aber du... Okay, gut. Ja, okay, warte, das ist in der Vergangenheit und da hat man noch nicht so moderne Techniken. It's simple enough. There was none left, not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. Okay, gut. Aber wir haben die Tassen trotzdem, I think. Haben wir die Tassen? Ich weiß es nicht. Wir haben sie zum Anschauen, deswegen müssen wir sie ja theoretisch haben. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. I see. Thank you. The matter is clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? Alle mega desinteressiert, so ein Anfang, okay. You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. God, sorry, you! God damn it. He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. Wirklich? But I can't let them beat me down. I won't. But I won't. Counsel for the defense. Proceed with your cross-examination. Ja, ich habe keine Ahnung. Yes, my lord. Fuck. Habt ihr eine Ahnung? Ich habe keine Ahnung. Yay! The Catastrophic Night, ja. Einfach auf alles pressen mal wieder, ich denke. Ja. Were you and your neighbor good friends then? No, we weren't friends. Not at all. Not at all. Never, ever. A simple no would have sufficed. Ja, aber er hätte vielleicht ein bisschen Eindruck gemacht, als so krass negativ zu sein. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit? Mr. Shakespeare fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together. Press the button. Press the button. Come now, no Nipponese would understand the finer points of English literature. Rude! And on the night in question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume. It was the day of my last trial, when I was acquitted. I just arrived back at my lodgings. When I ran into Mr. Shakespeare outside the street, that was around 6 o'clock. We exchanged one or two pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though. So I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intentions? No, not one, not two, not any, not at all. Never, ever. A simple no would have sufficed, I feel. Yep. Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room. Hilft mir das in irgendeiner Form weiter? Keine Ahnung. Ja, also er hatte the debate. A literary debate about Shakespeare's works. I think you said, didn't you? Shakespeare? Ah, a very worthy pick of conversation, I would say. Oh, yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet. Who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley. Romeo and Juliet? Who was stronger? I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go? Who was stronger? What? Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment. So we battled it out. In a Greco-Roman dialect, naturally. Was? Bitte what? What? Mr. Shakespeare had all sorts of costume in his room for just such a contest. So, when you said reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume? Here's Romeo and I as Juliet. And after a vigorous wild tussle, I, as Juliet, came out on top. A victory I'll cherish forever. Was? Was? Okay, I mean, sure. Die Bilder im Kopf. Oh no. I don't know. I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage. The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct? I brought water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I'd heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see. It's true. There was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room. I wanted to do something nice. To be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? Die Bilder im Kopf. Ey, ich kenne den Text nicht von dem Lied gerade. But he was harmless. Of course it was. And do you have any basis for that statement, witness? Nein. Das ist sein Ding. Aber eigentlich hat es ja Ding schon auseinandergenommen. Gregson. Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Which is a pity, because one drop is all we could have needed to analyze it for poison. And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume? Yes, definitely. By heaven and earth, I swear it. The landlord was able to verify that, as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night. And how is the landlord able to... landlord able to attest to this? He, said it was the lamps, I believe. The lamps, Inspector? Dass seine Haare schon wieder schräg sind. Eieiei. When tenants return to their rooms and start using gas, the lamps in other parts of the house flicker. Yes, Mr. Goridep seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants. There's only one key to Mr. Shakespeare's room. I know that for certain. So he must have locked the door himself from inside his room. The victim was confirmed to be the case, yes. So I'm right, my tea was harmless, completely harmless. If you take poison, you die. Everyone knows that. It's not that simple, I'm afraid. What do you mean? Okay, okay. Okay, vielleicht finden wir raus, wie lange es hat. Ja, danke, okay. How long does it take for symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after poison is consumed. Then the victims suffer violent convulsions, cramping and stiffness, and eventually dies from wie spricht man das auch? Help! Yes, Confusion. Asphyxiation oder so? Und Asphyxiation ist was? Herzstillstand? Ich habe keine Ahnung. Irgendwas. Google, zur Hilfe. Asphyxiation. Google! Herzstillstand. Oh, Asphyxie ist eine Atemdepression. Also Atemstillstand, Atemstillstand. Ersticken, basically. That's it. So, there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seem to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Warum ist eigentlich jeder zweite Fall mit Poison zu tun? Was ist hier los? Oh dear. Death by poisoning again. It's always so awful. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. You can't deny that. And it further degrades Suzuki-san's alibi. I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. Oh, danke. It spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it. Wieder ein Fall mit Poison? Yes. Very well, the court will... ja, genau. Susato. Wieder ein Fall mit Poison. Ich versteck wie das Spiel. Very well, the court will add this report to the court record as evidence. Danke. Okay, wir gucken das an. Da ist bestimmt irgendwas drin, was ich gleich brauche. Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Great. Und auf das noch pressen. Able to clock the door after... Kann ich jetzt schnell in Quad gucken? Victim William Shakespeare, 31. Cause of coma. Ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. Highly likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. Investigative conclusions. The poisoning incident occurred at around... Das kann nicht sein. The poisoning incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on 21st February. Assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. No container for the poison was found at the scene. Okay. Soseki war um 11 Uhr zurück in sein Zimmer. Sie vermuten, dass das Gift um 1:30 Uhr genommen wurde. Das heißt, das sind ja schon mal 2,5 Stunden Unterschied. Okay. Muss ich nur wissen, wo ich das am besten benutze dann. The argument still stands, you say? This is what Mr. Natsume has been saying, isn't it? The pair of them drank tea together that night, so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on. Ja, 11 Uhr plus 30 Minuten gleich 1:30 Uhr. Genau so funktioniert das. Ja. Ich habe das eine 1 vergessen. Aber da fehlt eine 1. Ups. Exactly. Me and my tea are innocent. Sweet and innocent, I tell you. Oh, sweet tea. I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. Logik. Jetzt muss ich nur wissen, wo ich das verwende. So you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. And as long as you did that, Mr. Shakespeare would have locked the door after you'd gone. But no! We drank the tea straight away! The battle over whether Romeo and Juliet was stronger, that came after the tea. Aber Innocent Movies! Da hätte ich auch Bock drauf. Do you have any evidence to support that statement? In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying. Drink the tea while it's hot. Sure. A proverb will satisfy the prosecution. Okay. I'm afraid there is no conclusive proof that to support the defense assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in the matter. In this matter. No. Okay. That's the extent of the testimony, is it? If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo? Of course, go ahead. Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently. Yet Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree. So we need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think. I'm afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty. As I see it, what we need to focus on is the poison and the tea. Let's listen carefully to this testimony again. Okay. Ich schätze mal, ich muss die Time verwenden. Ich weiß noch nicht wo. Yes. Also die einzige Uhrzeit, die verwendet wird, ist hier. Müssen wir hier das Todesding? Ich weiß gar nicht, wo das am besten wäre. Also die einzige Uhrzeit, die gesagt wird, ist hier. 9 o'clock. Das ist die einzige Uhrzeit, die erwähnt wird. Würde dann Sinn ergeben, hier das zu präsentieren? Manchmal ist es schon schwer, ne? Manchmal ist es so schwer, zu wissen, wo man Sachen präsentieren muss. Weil hier ist Uhrzeit genannt, aber ich meine... Nee, warte, hier steht 11. Hier, at around 11, ist er wieder gegangen. Das kann auch hier sein. Oh Mann. Speichern. Gut, klingt gut. Aber hier oder hier? Mann. Aber er ist um 11 wieder gegangen. Ich glaube hier. Ah, I don't know. Hallo? Ah. Wenn du nicht reagierst, auch schön. Einfach das hier halt. Weil theoretisch das erste wäre halt, wenn er sagt, ja, haben es direkt getrunken, wäre halt auch 9 Uhr eine wichtige Uhrzeit. Aber er ist um 11 wieder gegangen. Beziehungsweise um 11 war er wieder in seinem Zimmer. Und er unter anderem erst 1,5 Stunden später. Wir probieren es hier. Ich gehe mir gleich wieder einen Guide holen, ey. Ich hasse das. Ich hasse das, wenn es so nicht klar ist, wo du es präsentieren sollst. Okay, Musik ist weg. Könnte richtig sein. Mr. Natsume, you say it was 11 p.m. when you left to return to your room, correct? Yes! And Inspector Gregson, can we rely on the information in the medical report unconditionally? Of course we can. There's no problem with that report, Sunshine. Actually, I think there's a very big problem. Because there's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony. A Chrono, what? What are you on about? Chrono Trigger! Ich mein, was? Nein. According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Ah! Ich liebe das Gesicht. Amazing. Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time here. There is? Ah, ja, wenn er um 11 gegangen ist, dann ja. Keine Ahnung, wie du das aussprichst. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 hours 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? Ah! Beide. What the fuck? What's wrong with you? The defense argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zieks? Wein einschenken. Gut. Oh no. God damn it. Und wie riecht er? Gut? Nein? Pray forgive this courtesy of my mind has wandered. Ah, nicht aufgepasst. Schön. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. Ich habe über Essen nachgedacht. Okay. in diesem Spiel noch keins, weil er das erste Mal vorkommt. Im ersten Teil hat er einige. How could it have happened, you ask? No. 1. 1. I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. A phantom? Phantom of the Opera. 1. It is so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left. For example, at the time stated in the medical report, yes, at around 1:30. Aber doch gesagt, sie haben es zusammen getrunken. Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there is a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot. Don't come with this one. And in my country, there is an even more apt saying. There is nothing more refreshing than cold tea. Aber sie haben es ja zusammen getrunken. The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned. Other possibilities. What sort of possibilities, Counsel? I don't know. Ich habe nur keine Ahnung. Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor? That's a very bold assertion, my learned little friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or the victim could have taken the poison on his own volition. I don't think so. You suggest this may have been a suicide, Counsel? No? Mr. Shamsby has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted. So viele Objections! Patsch! But he could be lying. Oh no, es fängt schon wieder mega gut an, ne? Fuck. Oh no, sag doch was! Is something wrong, Lord Van Zieks? I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What's carriage? What? It would seem that the key play in this case has just arrived. This is Shakespeare. Out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. No, go away. No! No! Ich will nicht! A poor prayer that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot. Das ist aber nicht so ein schönes Wort. Full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Keine Ahnung, ich bin schlecht in Englisch. Hallo. Who, sir, are you? William Shamsby, my lord, Alice. 'Twas I, undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. And just go again, please. No, I hate this. What? Finde ich auch. What's he doing here? The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. You're calling him as a witness? Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. I hate him. I already hate him. Happy am I, Shakespeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. No, stop, go! Ah! Ich will den nicht lesen. But instead of my own tale to tell, my own tale of worse woe. I can't regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocent in perfect English. Also. That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim. Oh. Oh. Wer bist du? Oh, das ist der Typ, der draußen rumgeschlichen ist. Wo kommt der auf einmal her? What a punchable face. Yes. Alright, so that's Mr. Shakespeare. But who's that other man beside him? Wir haben den getroffen. Yes, I feel sure that we've caught a glimpse of that man before. State your name and occupations for the court, please, witnesses. A writer of words so sweet, they do scent the breeze. An inventor of ideas so profound, they compose the earth. What? The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. Were the great bards to be recalled to life anew. Lo, what a magnificent man. Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle, William Shakespeare. Metaman. Oh, the name's Metaman. Agent B Metaman. Agent B Metaman. Okay. Work for the Ultimate Gas Company, East End Branch Office. Also. I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh, yes. She's right. It's him. Da hinten steht er. Vor allem ist das wirklich so schießt oben. Egal, whatever. Could we have a word? Und er so, ha? Wobei? Pose. Leave. Ich mache auch immer erstmal eine Pose, bevor ich wegrenne. Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Goridep's house that morning. And he's a gas company employee. What does he have to do with this case? So, Mr. William Shakespeare, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct? Oh heaven, oh hell. Do you command me to remember? Immer pose, ich pose immer. That sweet poison that didst cross me and cross mine innocent lips. Was? Wir reden normal! I subpoenaed him from for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the juror's mind, I'm sure. Behold, you have only rearranged the letters of my name to see that me's a seraph, an angel indeed. No, you no! I hate him. Thus, be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. I hate him. Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. The jurors seem to be very moved by his man, I'm afraid. Uh-oh. They're actually taking this Seraph anagram idea seriously? Oh. Thank you, witness, for your illuminating introductions. But, my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shamspeare doing here? The gasman, I mean. What? Me? Well, now... Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence. When you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question, and moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. This young chin-stroker is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Metaman? Hang on. No, I'm just here. I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question. One may smile and be a villain. Like you? Callt sich gerade selber out? Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken, the truth of that wintry night of my discontent. Finde ich auch. Oh no. Ah, das wird doch so ein Clownsfall, oder? Ach nö, ich will nicht. Das wird doch so ein Clownsfall. Der wird doch 100 Pro wieder klauen. Ach nee. Goddammit. Eieiei. The wintry night of my discontent. Oh yes, no! The snow lay about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. Sind es nicht immer Clownsfälle? Nee, ich meine den Clown-Fall vom dritten Game, vom dritten Game. Den Clown-Fall. Das ist der Clown. Cometh! But Mary, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 2, danke. Was? Das ergibt doch gar keinen Sinn, Junge! 'Twas the tea alone that passed my lips that late hour, not else. What? I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one has visited his room but that short little round-backed Easternweller. Warum hast du ihn sein... Warum würdest du die ganze Nacht draußen stehen, reingucken und keine Hilfe suchen, wenn du siehst, der geht K.O.? Warum? I don't understand. Dem lustigen Clown, ja. Ja, genau. Genau, der lustige Clown. Der Clown war furchtbar. Aber der macht jetzt hier bestimmt auch eine Clownsparade. Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamspeare's room all night. Weil plotklug. That's right. 'Cause the bloke's window is all but blocked up, isn't it? But there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that. Warum hilfst du ihm da nicht? Diese Logik. The question is, sir, why? Dang! Well now, that's because he's on my list. What a piece of work is a man. Therefore wouldst thou not share in wonderment. Stop! Ich hasse das. Hör auf, Urioshe zu machen. I hate this. I hate this. Oder hör auf, Shakespeare zu machen, I guess. What are you talking about? Ja, das frage ich mich auch. This busy body have not part in this play. Was? I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more ado about these tedious words. Was? What'd you say about me? Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more. Yeah? Indeed, that is so. And as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out his crime. Why art thou mad? Because my pussy poppeth and thine doth not? Hat was, ja. Gutes Meme. Ist überhaupt diese Lady da? Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. No! Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. God damn it! I hate this. Yes, my lord. I don't like this. Ich möchte... Ja. So, könntest du bitte nochmal sagen, was genau passiert ist? Ich habe die nicht verstanden. Ja, my name did cometh. Stay hydrated, ja. Zeit, die Stimmbänder zu ölen. Oil! To be clear, by neighbor, you're referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume? Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou Thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs? Please don't. And at what time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room? Mustachioed. That's a word. Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo, did he come to tender a gift of a fragrant tea. Aha! Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes. And we were embroiled in such a literary debate as history hath not seen before. Aha. Nach einer Eissorte mustachioed. Ich hätte gerne eine cool mustachioed. Was ist da drin? Mustard? Ih. Bäh. No, bäh. War Mustard drin, mustachioed. Mustard und Pistazie. Ih. Okay, hör mal auf. Oh no. Please no. By which I presume he means... Yeah, mustard and pistazie. You. The discussion about who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet? I, Shakespeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbour played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be, to bring weight upon our merry experiment. Pistazie und Schokostreusel? Nee, finde ich nicht. Klingt schon eher nach Senf und Pistazie. I dare not imagine the scene. Frailty. Thy name is woman. Was? Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the Eastern art of Jiu-Jitsu, but near did I dream twould be a skill practiced by the commonly maiden. Juliet beat Romeo up? This is not helping our case. Überkopfwurf, bam! Oh no. I believe the court has learned enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room. My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly, I would do thy bidding. Stop talking like that! Ja, es war Romano Griso Wrestling. I don't know, man. Ja. Also er hat's getrunken. Aber dann stimmt die Time gar nicht. Wenn er sagt, ha! Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock. But it wasn't until after 2 that the poison... After 2? After 1. After 2 that the poison made you collapse. Ah, nee, ja, um 2 Uhr. Wenn du vermutlich um 1:30 das Poison genommen hat. Ja, okay, das war. Ich bin verwirrt. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. Was? Ich mach auch mit. Das mache ich auch immer, wenn ich nicht weiß, die Antworten. Mach einfach einen Dance. Ups, sorry, Entschuldigung. Ich hau das Mikro wieder mit meinem Dance. Oh mein Gott, dieser Fall wird furchtbar. If the defendant had really put the poison into your tea. Die TikTok-Ablenkung! TikTok dance. That 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain. Yeah, just make a funny dance and refuse to answer. Gladly. 'Tis an easy task. Deswegen hast du auch erstmal gedanced, um eine Ablenkung zu haben. What? I did drink of the tea not while my guest did tarry, but after he took leave of me. Also wenn er danst, dann lügt er. Gut. Stop lying! Faith, 'twas stone cold, but at 1 hour post midnight, verily were my lips parched. Das stimmt immer noch nicht von der Zeit her. That doesn't sound normal. Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire. After all, thou wouldst recall our fiery debate amidst such argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again. And who was stronger? Mr. Shakespeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intent of naming your attacker? But of course, my liege. 'Twas the stooped lover of words did attempt to shuffle me of this mortal coil. We all know what that means. Why the fuck you lying? Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? So. So, you didn't have any kind of evening meal, dinner, supper? Mit A, Bayern, mit A, mit A, mit A! Stop fucking lying. Yeah, please don't fuck lying. Ha! Fire on luxury. Fire on gluttony. To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time. Okay. I beat Frozen Fuck My Life, yes. Yay! You're through pain. He. Sorry? I would that my belly were full, no more of that the sun doth rise. What the fuck ist falsch mit dem? Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Oh Gott. Do the Mario! Boing, 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 boing. Stop doing the Mario, please. Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence, is it that there doth not in my chamber be then the costumes of mine art? What? Shakespeare deals psychic damage, yes. All the psychic damage, oh no. That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room. Iiii! Hättest du den essen können? Now I think of it, it's not just the food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single play or script anywhere. For I have devoured them all. Literally? You've eaten them? What? What? Huh? What? Alter, der macht mir so viel psychischen Schaden gerade. Ich komme nicht drauf klar. What the fuck? Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise? Right, that wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Alter, der hat so viele Ablenkungsmanöver, ne? Schlimm. Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea. Ich weiß nicht, was ich tun soll. 1d6, ich hab, Moment. Wo sind meine Würfel? Irgendwo versteckt. Am Arsch der Welt. Kennst du, wie ich meine Würfel habe? Ich wollte jetzt gerade die 6 rollen. Wo habe ich die hingetan? Ich weiß nicht, wo ich meine Würfel habe. Ich wollte jetzt im Würfelrollen lustig sein. Ich weiß nicht, wo ich meine Würfel habe. Somewhere. Oh, warte, ich weiß, wo ich sie habe. Gefunden! Meine selber gemachten Würfel. So, ich rolle jetzt einen D6 Psychic Damage. Was ist überhaupt mein Health? Wie viel Health habe ich? Hallo? Kann mir das jemand erklären? Ich habe von mir aus 6. So, wo ist mein 6er Würfel? Da ist ein D6. Fuck, 5. Au! Das hört. Okay, weiter im Kontext. Ja, und der war die ganze Zeit draußen, weil... Keine Ahnung, was bin ich für eine Klasse? Was passt am besten auf mich in Real Life? Ja, ich täglich für die Klasse. Oh, Melba. 5 tut weh. Au. 5. But the windows of that house have all been filled in. Wir haben das Loch gefunden. A historical artifact of the now defunct window tags. Artificer? Was hat Artificer für einen Dice Roll? D8? D6? Yeah, you're right there. All bricked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through that gap. Yes, there was a few bricks loose, weren't there? And for some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's businesses, especially on freezing cold nights. Wegen Basteln. Könnte sein. But them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body. Okay, Popeye. What's with all the theatricals today? Out of interest, Mr. Metaman. After the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No! He never left. He was in that room the whole time, as far as I'm concerned. Bei seinem Kind sagt es in jede Richtung. D8 Hit Die, ja nice. Amazing. Also habe ich mindestens 8 Leben, weil die erste Runde machen wir einfach voller Die, weil sonst hast du kein Leben. Ist nicht lustig. And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be sure of that? The police carried out a throughout investigation of the scene and found no receptacle. Receptacle? Ist das ein Aufbewahrungsbehälter oder wie? Receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room, and hence didn't dispose of the poison container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Schau da voll hinter, was haben wir denn gefunden? No. Respectable word choice. High class English und so. Ah yes, lucidly explained, counsel, thank you. It really was. You can't argue with the logic. Ich bin lost. Seid ihr auch alle lost? Sind wir alle zusammen lost? Black Eastern. Das heißt, er war schon vorher da. You say a short little round-backed Eastern fella, so you can't be sure it was the defendant then? Objection. How many other short little round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London? Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up at around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself. And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamspeare drink tea together? No, sorry, I couldn't say. Why not? Because I couldn't see into the room at all, well, could I? But what I did see was the silhouette of that little round-backed fella wearing a pretty dress. I want to see the dress. Then the pair of them started some kind of a wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it. I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. Mr. Metaman, allow me to confirm one final time. Party dress. I don't know. Was nicht Pretty Dress? Pretty Dress, nicht Party Dress. A Pretty Dress. Ein hübsches Kleid. A part of the accused. Can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question? No question. Gasman's honor. I'm Doom. No! Huh? Whomst? You? My lord! Goodness me. Yes, Mr. Foreman. I've kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me? Oh no! No! Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? Stop! That you've reached an unanimous decision. Too right we have. Are you all with me? God damn it. Wait, no, the defense is in the middle of a cross-examination. Naja, böse ist er nicht unbedingt böse. Er ist ein Juror. To be honest, I was holding out for a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room. Yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it. Das ist Thirsty Lady! Ich mag seinen Namen, ich find's lustig. But in the end, that difference... What difference do they make? None as far as I can see. And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer. Like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top. Hmm? What was that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. Very well. The court be apprised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Ach stimmt, der hat immer noch so einen lustigen italienischen Akzent. I forget. Let's go. All of you? Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous. So, at this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. Game over! Doot doot! This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished. But he's not guilty! Get up, Mr. Naruhodo, please! The trial isn't over yet. What do you mean, Mr. Sato? Jetzt kommt die Erklärung. Jetzt darf wieder das Gedöns machen. What about the information I found in this encyclopedia of British law I have? That obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember? A summation examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. But there's a British court of law if we can reserve the decision of a majority of the jurors. We can force the trial to continue. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. I do whatever it takes. Living on a top I'm ready for. Ich hab den Text nicht im Kopf. I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. Yep, war's auch, aber es ist halt so ein nochmal Refresher, ne? Why am I not surprised that my learned Japanese friend an inability to admit defeat? You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. Certainly no other defense counsel in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination. Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. Oh, it can! It can! It definitely can. Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. Ja, das Problem ist, wir haben hier einen Zeitsprung gemacht. Wir sind ja wieder ein bisschen weiter zurück, also eher wo Ryu noch nicht so genau versteht, wie alles funktioniert. So von dem her, no. Ah ja, okay. The defense counsel's request is granted. This court will proceed with a summation examination, as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law. Thank you, my lord. Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foeman? Believe me, my lord, we know all about this young lad's tenacity. And we're ready for it. Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused. So, wer wird überhaupt einen Grund nennen? Wie viele Leute werden einfach nur irgendeinen Scheiß sagen? Ha? So. The victim may not be well off, but he's a nobleman and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man. Oh, toll. Oh, no. Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. Scheiße. No. Just look at the accused by compassion. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache, very fishy. Das ist kein Grund! There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman, for now at least. Oh. I don't care. I really don't care. Like, just need this trial to end quickly. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know. Nothing at all. Oh, meine Fresse. Was machen wir hier? I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced. Oh oh, 36 von 40. Oh oh. Bye, Kitty. Viel Spaß beim Stream. Ich muss erstmal noch Ballern Wonderworld spielen dann. Also, nur so. 40.000 Kanalpunkten. Für wünscht ihr was, für Raccoon Requests. It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shakespeare is a fine, upstanding and honest citizen. If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements. Und so kennt ihr, ne? And sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all. Well, here goes. Let's not forget. I've pleaded with the jury on Soseki-san's behalf before, and it worked. So you never know. Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how a summation examination works. I know. Well, you're still very new to British law after all. That's true, I suppose, and Soseki-san's fate is entirely in my hands now, too. There's always a chance I might have forgotten some crucial details. Perhaps I should hear Susato-san out. I wonder, should I let her talk me through it again? Or not bother? No need. Wir machen das. Thank you for the kind offer, Mr. Sato. But I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already now. I think it's important that we don't delay the start any longer than necessary. Of course, I understand, and I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like. I'll be here for you. The key to this is really listening carefully to each juror's statement. Finding two that are contradictory. Weißt du, ich sage, ne, muss mir nicht erklären, das Spiel erst, weil ich erkläre es dir nochmal so. Just saying, ne? Contradictory. And pitting the corresponding jurors against each other. Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Am besten erstmal wieder alle pressen. Yes, my lord. Aber bin ich müde. The defendant's rebuttal. So. Einfach mal pressen alle. Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? I've no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar. Look, the point is, the only thing that passes the victim's lips that night was that Japanese man's tea. When you take the gasman's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. Ah, well, that's alarmingly logical. Well, let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, I'd gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury would do the same, isn't that right? Well, yes, perhaps. Though I don't see it happening. Eh? What's that? Elderly gent on the end here, you know. You'll have to speak up. Look, I really don't care about this nonsense. I just need this trial to be over. How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury then? 1. 2. Alright, sir, I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. Oh, siehst du? Alright, if you can show me that the victim is a liar, I'll reconsider my position. Einfach mal alles pressen. Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid? No, that's not what I said. The point is, the man is the victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid. So you say, yet again. Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously. It's exhausting to look at him. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all. Hiya, splendid logic there, madam. Thank you so much. Nice. Also, sie ändert nichts, ne? Okay. Accused by compassion. He's Japanese, so this mustache very fishy. No, no, no. No one of those things is a reason to find the man guilty. But he is fishy. There's no point dancing around the fact. He's Japanese, he has a mustache, and he stoops. You see, you arrive at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps, like a waltz, in fact. You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance. You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though, and you're on the wrong foot. Danke für die Sprüche. No, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt. But the victim's version of events is backed up by what the big-chinned man next to him says, isn't it? 1, he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh! That's not the 3 steps! No, it's not! No! God damn it. All this really does seem more and more like a waltz, doesn't it? Right. And the prosecution will waltz its way to victory if I let you speak much more. There's no evidence to suggest the gangly actor is a fraudsman for now.
Hold it!
A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, madam? It really is a most tiresome problem of the company. Most irritating. Ja, ich weiß, bis 13 ist nicht einfach. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence. Okay. Ihr gehört die oil company, apparently. The gas company. We can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you? I'm the wife of August Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company. Augustus. Good gracious. Altamont Gas, you say? Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe. Yeah, I wished it wasn't. But proper handling is essential. As I'm sure our employee from the East End branch office would be the first to agree. Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Gotta be used properly. Altamont gas is the best in the world, of course. Ah, I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, he bowed in defense to his employer's wife, did he? Biased to remember, yes. Ah, so would it be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Metzerman was watching what Mr. Shakespeare was up to in his room? I'm afraid there's no end to the lengths the population of the East End will go to in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudsman. But to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night will vary throughout in our investigations. So you mean Mr. Shakespeare is... I wouldn't come out and say it in public. Deswegen Queen Bee. Guck mal, sie hat einen Stachel. Also. Ja, sie sieht auch aus wie eine Biene. Not the bees! But you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief. You have noticed the public gallery in here, have you? The eye of a man hath not heard, the ear of a man hath not seen. Faith, wouldst thou wound me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin? But seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angels in song. We might not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. Buzzing might be. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic hates in an almond gas explosion. Damn, she's aggressive. More like a wasp than a bee, but you know. So Mr. Shakespeare has been stealing gas. I wonder, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement. My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed? A little before the part about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble. Violence! Yes, of course. This could be it. This could shift the balance. He's a common thief. So, also habe ich könnte ich die miteinander pütten, ne? Aber ich gehe nochmal zu ihr. Zu ihm. So, würdest du bitte irgendwas sagen, was sinnvoll ist? You keep talking about needing to take home some money. What's that all about, sir? Finish last, that's what it's about. What's that? I'm talking about the Derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? It was the Queen's Cup last week, wasn't it? A Derby? I was a dead cert. That's the thing. I couldn't lose, so I took my wife's secret savings, like. But then, that hopeless old mare went and did the unthinkable. Ah, that stupid Finnish lass. Hat gewettet. Gut. Oh dear. I think it's clear what happened, isn't it? This is the day the missus uses her savings for a trip down the pub. So come on now. Let this business lie now. Just give it up. No, that's not going to happen. Okay, hilft mir auch nicht weiter. Und was hast du mit deinen 3 Stunden? What do you really mean by that, sir? Well, I'm not one to boast, but I get up at 5 every morning, I do. At 5? You're a really early riser then, aren't you? What's that now? I said you're an early riser. Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I like to while away the hours in the evening reading books as well. But by about 2 in the morning, I'm usually too tired to go on. He sleeps at 2 in the morning and gets up at 5? Oh my, that means he only has 3 hours of sleep each night. Damn. What was that, dear? Only 3 hours of sleep each night! That's right. You see, 3 hours of missing time, like I said. It's not much, is it? Sounds like Yoshida! Oh no. This really isn't helping. Also wir haben die 2. I know. Wir pitten mal die beiden gegeneinander, hä? Weil er Gas geklaut hat. Oder? Oder kann ich das mit dem feinen Splendid Man? Fuck. 4 Stunden sind genug. Yes. Die Frage ist, ob ich dann das mit 4 betteln muss. Pitten muss. Show me that the victim's a liar. I reconsider my position. Und ich habe hier eine klare... He's a common thief. Ist rather splendid. Das wäre halt auch was, das man gegen das pitten könnte. Also definitiv das da. Gegen das? Oder warte, muss ich die andere Person erst nehmen? Wenn ich das mit dem mache. Passt das? Alright, if you can show me that the victim's a liar, I'll reconsider my position. The victim puts a fine performance, but in reality is a common thief of my company's gas. Das ist für mich, glaube ich, am logischsten. Klingt okay. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Well, not really contradict, but... God gracious. To whose statements do you refer, Counsel? Juror number 1. Eh? What are you yelling about, lad? I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Ultimate Gas. Well, yes. The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact turns out to be a common thief. So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much. Actually, ich hab die Soap noch, ne? It's true. We don't have evidence as such just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know. What? You heard me. Seeing as his operation has already been compromised. I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there. I do whatever you say, my lady. Gasman's honor. Darf der jetzt auch eine Testimony machen? Juror number 1. You say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Shakespeare was a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. Yes, I did say that. And as a man of honor, I'll hold to it, as I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will. Me? Oh, well, yes. Now that we've found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further. Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. So, if this means you'll recap a few points, that would suit me down to the ground. Oh no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with. In that case, I shall change my leaning. So, Mr. William Shakespeare, if that's your real name. We of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of a man you really are. Damn! Woo! That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Victory! Yay! We win. Order! Order! Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Ja, es war nur ein Pit, what? Now only 2 jurors say guilty, with 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord. Wann Siegs intervenen sind 3, 2, 1. And order the trial to continue. Bye. 2 Gläser. You have spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shakespeare. Ich habe nicht hingehört. Was ist los? The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find that they are unable to trust you, the victim. Was soll das? Ich höre nichts, sehe nichts, ich sage nichts oder wie? But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most, naught but gas, naught but thin air. Ay, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul. Oi! What did you say? Do I take it, Mr. Shakespeare, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery? Most heartily, my lord. Hast thou forget, I'm a seraph, an angel. No, you fucking not. Noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart. No, you're not. Are you flowery-mouthed, pumptious beanpole? Just cause I haven't got the evidence yet. I have evidence. Mr. Shakespeare, if, in fact, you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. Dafür hat er per wenig Flügel und Augen. Ah. It is my considered opinion that at the present time no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case. Oh no. However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas in this case are unrelated. Juror number 4. Yes. Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him? That's right, we do. Don't we, Mr. Worker? Don't we, Worker? Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Gasman's Honor. Quinby. Ich find's lustiger Name. Very well then, we will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe that the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, has been stealing gas. Yes, my lord. It'll be my pleasure. Oh, if I may, my lord. Go ahead, madam. This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind. Wahoo! Wahoo! Yeah! Sweet as honey! Yeah, 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 yeah! Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request. Thank you, my lord. You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Oh, it's gonna sting. You mark my words. What a simp, yes. So you will both testify before the court on the subject of the illegal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel. Yes. Is that clear, my good man? Clear as Altamont gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world? Nase beißt. Ii. Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Mr. Sato? I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. Very dedicated, yes. Very. The Altamont Gas Company's investigation. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Altamont gas meters accept penny bits, each coin given customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. And yet, the meter in Mr. Shakespeare's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though. And the collection agent has the only key. Somehow, he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is? Also macht sich irgendwie Fake-Münzen. Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hollow chalice. What do you mean by that remark, Lord von Zieks? The mustachioed Nipponese poisoned the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court, and yet now we must listen to this abhorrence. 3. Ja, in der Seife war ein Knopf drinne. Clearly, what separates the vast British Empire and your eastern island nation is more than geographical distance. But this could turn out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. Nein! Und eine Flasche. Das ist das zweite nicht mitbekommen. Er hat noch eine gegen die Lampe geschmissen. 3 und eine Flasche. Do what you will. Lord von Zieks appears to be in a violent mood. Ach so. My leg! Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning and an incidence of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance. But I wonder, the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step is uncovering it. In uncovering it, will be to establish just who and what this man really is. Testimony! The Ultimate Gas Company's investigation. Einfach ergänzen, was das bedeutet. So does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters? That I do. Have to try to catch people when they're in. Then I ask permission to come inside and do my business. Does that mean you've been into Mr. Natsume's room before, as well as that of Mr. Shamspeare? Well, now, interesting you should bring that up, cause I couldn't believe how little money was in this meter. I mean, how the pair of them survive the winter is beyond me, it really is. Knowing Mr. Natsume, he probably spends all his gas money on books. And then, when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth. Don't burn the books. You will kindly reiterate your statement about the gas meters themselves, Mr. Meterman. Not much to say, really, but as you wish. Okay. Except Throppenny Bits. Sind das spezielle Pennies oder wie? So, all London houses that have a gas supply are fitted with these gas meters, are they? They're the latest model. The height of technology developed by our company, Ultimate Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in their property, yes. So, if a 3 pence coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people would use about 3 coins in a night. A bit more than that usually. If they have both gas lights and a gas stove, that is. Thinking about it, Soseki-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he? Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating. Ah yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually. And how does the money and the meter get back to you at the gas company? Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meters of coins. I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter costs the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying the dues for the most part. Ah, because they have to pay in advance, you mean? Yes, exactly right. A single coin.
Hold it!
Out of interest, how long has this been going on? Weeks and weeks. He's been pinching gas off us for ages. And you examined the meter in Mr. Shakespeare's room, I take it? Naturally. We took it off the wall and went over it with a fine tooth comb. Was? Mann, warum juckt meine Nase gerade so? Hilfe. And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume. No, I'm afraid we didn't. Hat's aus Eis gemacht. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shakespeare Special. That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3 penny pieces. But even after that, the rascal's meter was still empty. I'll never forget the humiliation. When I opened up the money box and found it bare. You what? I said, you what? And the look on his face, that smarmy smile of his. Also weiß genau, was tut. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of being jammed open anywhere. Not a single sign. And what's happening to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what. A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of the meter? Nothing became of it. I've still got it. Oh. Right here. Also. Er hat sie in der Tasche gehabt. Gut. No wonder they call you Meter Man. I think it would be prudent for the court to request this item while the trial is ongoing. Definitely. Okay. Schauen wir uns das doch mal an. Hole. Also, ich kann das Lock angucken. That's a very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it? And the money is sealed within sealed with beeswax too. So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately. Mr. Naruhodo, mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would. You know you didn't finish that sentence. You evidence! Well, anyway, it's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs. But it doesn't feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? Okay. Ich kann wirklich nur noch das Loch angucken. Er hat nun ein Loch reingemacht, damit das Wasser raustropfen kann. Leider ist Ryu nicht der Lockpicking-Lawyer. Ich habe ja auch gedacht so, ja, der Lockpicking-Lawyer hätte das easy peasy aufgemacht. Yep. Oh, what's... Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo? Just here. There's a little hole, do you see? Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed. It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say. So, if you think it might have been opened up by Mr. Shakespeare. Possibly. It seems the people at Ultimate Gas must have missed it. Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through to the inside. Yes, but there's no way a coin could fit through there. That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious. Okay, hat die Mold in der Seife. Er füllt Wasser rein, macht Eismünzen, wirft die Eismünze da rein, die schmilzt. Deswegen ist, und dann tropft unten das Wasser wieder raus. Weil Guck mal, da ist nämlich nass am Boden. Das heißt, es tropft da raus. Auf den Boden. Genius! Smart. Definitely. Although at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. I already found it. Ah, I smell Betrug! Also. Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter. Oof. Oof. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with. Oh, it has. Though, and the collection agent has the only key. Soll ich direkt präsenten, weil ich habe ja schon gesehen, dass es tampered war. Da, the attached coin box spots a very long lock, and there is a tiny hole in its base. Schon gesehen, dass es tampered ist. Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What? Get away! I've been over and over that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it. In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box? Hole? What? You're right. You're quite right. There's a little hole there. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shakespeare has secretly opened up this hole himself. Yes, I wouldn't be all that surprised, but why? Batch! Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get a farting through that. Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of details? Well, what I'd specifically like to know is how it differentiates coins. Ich glaube, das ist am sinnvollsten, ne? Das andere interessiert mich nicht. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins? What do you mean? Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1 penny coin, that wouldn't work presumably, would it? No, of course not. So, well, how does the meter know that the coin it's been fed is a threepenny bit? Threepenny. Ah, I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A threepenny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just won't fit. Ah, I see. It's clearly been very well thought through. Well, a farthing isn't a Viertelpenny, also. The witness will amend their formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent. So, was mir sogar auffällt, ihr Fluff, den sie hier oben hat sogar Stachel dran. Love it. So basically so ein bisschen stachelig. Ich finde es sehr lustig. As you wish, my lord. Okay, kann ich jetzt da mal... Ich muss gerade mal kurz irgendwie... Ich kann gerade nicht in Code Record gucken. Oh, ich kann es examinen. Ich habe eine Frage. Ich habe ein Haar im Gesicht. Moment. Ich habe eine Frage. Ich bin weg. War hier nicht vorher was drin? Ich kann ja sagen, ich wollte, dass das Mold benutzt. 3 Pence, okay. Ich kann das gerade hier nicht angucken, ne? Scheiße, fuck. Ich muss kurz, Moment. The meter designs for coins the exact diameters and thickness of a threepenny bit. Nothing else will fit. Ich will kurz den Rekord. Aber die Seife war doch woanders. Oh, look at this bar of soap. There's a circular depression on this side, about 2 centimeters across. Or 3/4 of an inch. Do you think? We did find the soap at the scene, didn't we? Yes. There were 2 bars on that little ledge just outside the window. So we took this one. But I'm sure that when we first found it, there was some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly. Yes, but there's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone? Ha. Okay, jetzt steht da wenigstens, wie groß der Kreis ist. Hä? The details of the bar soap have been updated. Okay. Yet. Aber was war denn da drin? But conversely then, it would seem that anything matching a 3 pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness would equally well be used. Would that be true? Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into it to a certain extent as well. Okay. We thought of that through anyway. If I find my fake coins inside the coin box when I empty the meter, the contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine. We live for moments like that, as gasmen do. Live for them. Oh God. It would seem the gas company has thought of everything. Ja, eben etwas, was schmilzt, aber was dann? Es war nicht Wasser, es war rot. Was war das denn? Wo ist es hin? Rot. Woohoo! Hooray for gas! Hooray for cash! Ultimate all the way! That's quite enough of that. Remind me, how big are threepenny bits? About 3/4 of an inch across. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Is this 2 centimeters measurement significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on? Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tech here. Like asking about whether the meter can be dismantled, for example. Nee. Leave it. Ich glaube, auf das Dismantling geht's nicht. Let us return to the testimony. Frage ist, ob ich jetzt da die Seife... Es hat... Also wenn sie sagt, wie groß, oder? Sagt sie das? Coins exactly diameter and thickness of a threepenny. Ich hab ne Mold gefunden, I guess. Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and the thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any objects as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Ja, eben, deswegen meine ich ja das Loch, dass irgendwas abfließt. Irgendwas schmilzt und abfließt. Aber es war nicht Wasser. Aber was war es dann? Keine Ahnung. Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shamspeare's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimension perfectly. something the same size as a threepenny bit. What was it? The item in question is this. What? Have you been inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap. Nee, Wasserleitungen sind zugefroren. Aber es war ja rot. Weiß nicht, was es war. It certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say. It looks like I'm going to have to point at exactly what I mean here. What's so important about the soap is this part here. Ooh. Got it! Got it! Also die Wasserleitungen sind zugefroren gewesen. Laut Suseki. You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean. Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap here? That's right. A depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit. Get away! No? Does anyone here present have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen. Give me all your money. It sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it? Gib mir Geld! Judge, so gib mir dein Geld! Das ist Geld. Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a threepenny bit. Now to see if it fits. Huh. My word. It couldn't be more snug. Snug. Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the ultimate gas company is being defrauded. Well, I don't believe it. Sie hat doch wirklich ein B-Kleid an. What the fuck? 4. Van Siegs hat einen Lauf. Snug ist ein tolles Wort, das stimmt. Ja, Tarist. Für dich. Für deine Realisation. Und eine Bottle. Boa auf Boa. Ne, warte, so eine Boa auf Wein. Ich mag das Design auf der Flasche sehr, mit dem Reaper-Design drauf. Das ist sehr herrlich. So, your assertion amounts to what? Yay me! But some inferior bar of soap has an tentative connection to the theft of gas. Yes! The depression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit. I must concur at least that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape. And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You can make fake coins in no time. Or Wachs. Wachs könnte es gewesen sein, aber rotes Wachs? This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's the method Mr. Shakespeare has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. And now, if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened, and nobody's considered yet. But this is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter. Quite true, Lady Ultimate. In the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear. Ich weiß es nicht. Ich frage mich ja, was es für Material wäre. Ich habe keine Ahnung. I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There is one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes. black magic. Exactly. And the meter here gives it away. What on earth? There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room. If that's your assertion, Counsel, the defense will identify these remnants of the court at once. Yeah, where on the meter can the remnants of the method used to make the faked coins disappear be seen? Bloop, 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 bloop. Hole.
Got it.
We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window. Outside? Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found the soap. Ah! I get it! That's right. The answer, of course, is ice. Hold it! Ha! Did you say ice? Mr. Shakespeare has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening, filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter's coin box melts, turning back into water, and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing ultimate gas. Just like that, so simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water? That's right, madam. I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop the new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless. I'm fairly sure I didn't design it. Evidence! Sorry? I want evidence! If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Batch! Ich mein was? Very well, Lady Altamont. If you'd like evidence, I'll prove it. What? Mr. Naruhodo, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory? I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. And I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. A piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shakespeare has been stealing gas is... warte. Das Bild. This is a photograph of the scene at a point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shakespeare. What remnants? Water! Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shakespeare's room. Now, look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter. Hat den Tee eingefroren? Es war ja rot. Hat er den Tee eingefroren? Weil die Wasserleitungen zugefroren waren. Hat er Tee eingefroren? Dann hat er ihn ja gar nicht getrunken, wenn er ihn eingefroren hat. Das heißt aber, es müsste da theoretisch da noch einer sein mit. Wir haben ja nur eine Soap genommen. Es hat, glaube ich, noch 2 oder 3 gehabt. Müsste da vielleicht noch einer sein. Dann könnten sie es testen wegen dem Gift. What is that? Some kind of grubby stain? Almost certainly, it's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out the hole made in the meter. If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage, and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. This is awful. And there's further evidence too. Mr. Shamspeare slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. And right there next to him is a bar of soap broken in half. You're right. It would appear to me then, Counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he? No. Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but certainly not. He didn't beat about the bush there, did he? In truth, Mr. Shamspeare was found with a fork in his hand. Ist viel zu schnell. Help. Do you mean to say he was using that fork too? Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap. But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well. Good gracious. Ei. 2 Bottles. Lord Van Zieks. I was throwing my hand up in despair. Ach so. Despair! And happened to catch my hallowed bottle in the way. Pray forgive my maladroit mistake. What is the meaning of this, Counsel? Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination? Well, that Mr. William Shamspeare is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable. That's it. That's exactly it. Very well. Clumsy. Also. Let us assume the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? Well, we know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shamspeare is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Musik. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate education. What? Order! Order! Well, Counsel, how does the defense respond? Mr. Naruhodo! What was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like what Lord Van Zieks is saying? Also wie gesagt, es müsste da ja noch mehr Soap-Bars haben. Irgendeine davon müsste doch Tee drin haben. Also raise an objection. No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest. What? But Counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified and sustained the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shamsby to consume gas. What more is there to discuss? Lord Van Zieks has highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have been the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend? At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption, made due to a lack of evidence. Ha! Ha! Die moves from Ethan are amazing, ne? But the situation has changed now, following the cross-examination of the latest witness to take the stand. Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense? Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question that we now need to reconsider, namely... Was the poison in the tea? Was the poison in the tea? Das ist eigentlich meine Frage. Das ist das, was ich wissen will. We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison was afflicted by that afflicted Mr. Shamsby was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume, but that's conjecture at best.
Objection.
The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There is no other possibility. And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of poison.
Objection.
As I said, the situation has changed. Because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. And a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection.
A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed? The defense has made a bold claim, indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea? Soap. Good gracious. The soap, again. The same bar that the victim used to fashion his coins of ice. Yes, that's right, my lord. It's just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap. Soap? What bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bar of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar. So, you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating. In a way, yes, but there's more. The coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice. There was something strange about them, you mean? Exactly. Something very obviously strange. They were red. The ice was red. No, you mean... That's right, it's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. What? Rot! Oh no. I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial. I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shakespeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. Ah yes, I believe. There had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains and the East End are prone to freezing. So, on the night in question, Mr. Shakespeare, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins. My word. There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed 1 of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime. Frozen solid, in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shakespeare's window. Extraordinary. Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even 1 drop of the tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture. Stimmbänderölen. Yes. By finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contained strychnine at all. You smug Nipponese. Ah! My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once. And the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it, to determine whether or not it contains any poison. Bailiff! Bailiff! Instruct the police to attend the scene at once. Yes, my lord, understood. It would seem we have no choice but to suspend the proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Van Zieks. None, my lord. I was very unhappy. Very unhappy! Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite test immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim. Inter what? Interim. Yes, my lord. I don't need my evidence. Okay. Well, we managed to scrape through there somehow. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned until tomorrow. Drei Stunden. Irgendwie sind die Parts kürzer als im ersten, kann das sein? Wir haben jetzt immer so ungefähr um die 3 Stunden. 22. Februar, 11:11 Uhr. 1:11 Uhr, 11:11 Uhr. Ha, 1:11 Uhr. Naruhodos Legal Consultancy. Oh, es ist noch leer. Phew. We made it back in one piece. Just... To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There are so many carriages on the street of London. You were very nearly flattened several times. Oh. Oh. No, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. And now that you fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can find some new clues for a call tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. But is everything alright? I suppose I still can't quite believe it, that's all. That I'm here in England working as a lawyer, I mean. In the Old Bailey, no less. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes, I mean, I never had a chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I've no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us. Oh, thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. Okay. Wir haben kurz... Wann haben wir heute Raid? Ob ich jetzt kurz eine Pause mache? Äh... 20. Können Sie jetzt kurz Pause machen und dann machen wir vielleicht einen Teil vom Investigation Part noch? Fragezeichen. Weil es ist echt ein bisschen kurz sonst. So. Nur 3 Stunden. Knapp 3 Stunden. Machen wir kurz bis so 10 nach ungefähr Pause. Kann ich mir auch, meinen Mund nicht so fusselig reden, mal kurz. Okay, dann machen wir um 10 nach wieder weiter. Dann bis gleich. Bye. Oh. There's a mustachio eyes. Oh no! Ja, es war irgendwas mit Pekanüssen. Dann Comet Me, ich weiß nicht mehr. Hab's vergessen. Ich hab einfach irgendeins gegriffen, weil ich so, das stimmt ich jetzt. Oh, oh. No. So, ich würde sagen, so bis 6 machen wir sicher noch. Vielleicht 6 bis halb 7 oder so. Mal gucken, wie weit wir kommen. So, Frage ist... Ich glaube, wir reden einfach mal mit Susato. Today's trial. It was quite a shock early today, wasn't it? when the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand. I know. Not only that, but then finding out that he is actually a barefaced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seems as though everyone had quite forgotten about Saseki-san poisoning the tea. Careful of your phrasing, Sasato-san. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. Shakespeare than we yet know. I'm sure of it. Mr. Shakespeare certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. What's become of him, actually? I was told that he'd be returning to the hospital ward, where he was receiving treatment. Oh, which one is that? Neben Olive Green? Let me see. Ah, yes, he said Saint Bartholomew's, or Bart's at Londoners, or Bart as Londoners call it. Bart Simpson! Ich mein was? We know the place, don't we? Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. Ah yes, after Soseki-san stabbed her in the back. To be careful of your phrasing, Mr. Naruto-san. He didn't stab anyone. Oof. Perhaps we both owe Soseki-san an apology. St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. What's next? So, we know that Soseki-san took tea to the victim on the night in question. But as he isn't a culprit, then obviously... Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea. But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shakespeare's body? I'm sure we'll find the clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shakespeare's room that will help solve the mystery. Well, naturally Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already, but it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think. Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar soap. In the bar of soap, so. Well, if you run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. Kazuma Asogi, the best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my beacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. Flashback! I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then, after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. Stimmt, das Stowaway. You still can't fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No, I know. Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through the trial. That you really ought to go into law, be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it, believe me. I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world, the city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Oh, no. Never mind. What? 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 Tell me your mystery! Naruhoto-san? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yes, he's forever in my thoughts too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. Yes, that's right, but... Yes? I wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. The thoughts just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all. Haha! Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions? Sword! I mean this. His katana? I never expected to inherit this sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Oh. Yes. Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Oh? He did? Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that has been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. Ich finde so geil, dass aber sein scheiß Stirnband die ganze Zeit im Wind weht. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do? Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Aha. Mysterious! What did he mean by something very important that I have to do? I had hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet, I've not found a single clue. I see. Ha! Okay. Na denn. Gehen wir doch erstmal Shakespeares Ruhm. Okay. 22. Februar. Mr. Natsume's Lodgings. Ground floor. Oh. Hello again, Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you are aware. Yeah, I know the score. Oh, yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? With the tea in it? Yeah, we found it alright. There was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it. It's with the identification section at the yacht now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today. That's wonderful news. Thank you. Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Oh, hat uns ein Kompliment gemacht. Krass. Sorry? Nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. Oh, Gregson mag uns. Ach, Gregson mag uns doch. Ein Kompliment! Das kann ich den da auch nochmal angucken. If you ran out of charge, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh. That's true, but if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change. London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful too, then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Susato-san and I are going to make it to spring. That's true. We don't have a meter at Baker Street let alone a gas stove. Look how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter here. Yes, from all the water dripping out of the ice after the ice cones melted, as it established in court this morning. It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it? Mr. Shakespeare must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose. It was an ingenious idea. I'll give him that. Okay. Aber wir können die Tassen theoretisch untersuchen. Wir können nochmal das Fenster angucken. The sun never shines in this room, thanks to that depressing bricked up window. Yet, with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap aside, can't you? Sounds like a very wise life lesson, Mr. Sato. Only if you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruhodo. Gut. Dann haben wir noch den Brief am Boden. Wir können auch das Zeug vom Tisch angucken. Ah, the ill-fated teacups from which the two men drank on the ill-fated night. During their heated literary debate, yes. Who's stronger, Romeo or Juliet? It sounds like it was quite a discussion. Now I think of it, I'm sure that the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison. Das stimmt. That's fiction, Mr. Sato. Let's hope it stays that way. Okay, die Seife kann ich angucken. So, it turns out that Mr. Shakespeare wasn't eating the soap at all. That's right, the mystery of why he had it on the plate whilst holding a fork in his hand is solved. Yes, to prise his latest ice coin out of its mold. And in the process, he accidentally broke the bar of soap in two. It certainly was hard to imagine, let alone deduce. Okay, das klingt sass. Das Floorteil ist auch sehr sass. Ich finde hier aber nicht wirklich irgendwas mehr, ne? Nochmal mit ihm reden. Are you looking for new clues, Inspector? Lord Von Sieg's orders, yeah. Don't come back until you've got something for me, he says. Oh dear, poor you. Yeah, poor me. Because we've already searched every bleeding nook and cranny in this place. I don't know what he expects, to be honest. Thank goodness for warm chips is all I can say. Well, at least he's honest. Ich meine, das Floorteil ist halt sass. Aber es sieht nicht so aus, als ob ich hier gerade irgendwas finden würde. Das Floorteil ist sass. Sieht aus, als ob das irgendwas drunter wäre. Aber das ist sonst nichts, das ich angucken kann. Nee. Nope. Okay. Ich glaube, dann müsste ich doch erst... in das Spital. Das war's. 22. Februar, St. Bartholomew's Hospital. Recovery Ward. What do you suppose is happening? It sounds like some sort of disturbance. Yes, I hear angry voices. Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily, thou art mistaken. Mistaken, my foot. You were looking at my painting. The eye of a man hath not heard, the ear of a man hath not seen. What? 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that mustached villain gaveth me. Forgive me, lady. I wish that you died from that poison. Oh. God a mercy, ample lady, but thou seest, I have vigor still. Behold, my Shakespeare dance. What? Boing, boing, wing. Boing, boing, boing. This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Ah, lo. It's the lawyer from the land whence riseth the sun. How now? I hate him. What are you doing here, Mr. Shakespeare? Shakespeare was a TikToker. Hypno dance, hypno dance. Oh, hypno dance. Mary, I do believe I am returned onto another ward. He was looking. That's what he was doing. Looking at my terrible work. Oh. Eastern fellow, so dark clad. Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. Oh, well, thank you. But that doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? Gar nicht sass, nein. Nein. Yay, es ist... Oh! Das wurde gerade gemacht, what the fuck? And then, exeunt. Goodbye. Just leave. Mr. Shakespeare might technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down. I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person. Miss Green, is everything alright? Oh, yes, I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now. Oh, I see. We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it. Okay. Ich glaube nicht, dass da das haben wir euch schon mal angeguckt. Eigentlich, wir können nur mit ihr reden. Oh, wo ist das Bild hin? Lag das Bild letztes Mal auch schon auf dem Boden? Ich glaube, das letzte Mal war es hier. Könnte nur mehr Sass sein, wenn er durch den Gitter verschwindet. Going to vent, Gregory! So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green? I am, thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me. Well, yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it? As far as I'm concerned, I was just walking along in the snow one evening, minding my own business, and then, completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back with a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. What a terrible week it's been for you. Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I look back on this fondly. Really? Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged. Oh, yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. I'm not quite sure what I am supposed to do. Zu Scholms gehen? Vielleicht? 22. Februar. Scholms Suit. Sweet.
Oh, Bruno and Susie! Hooray, you're back!
Hello. Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see.
I am. And you look as immaculate presented as ever, Susie.
Oh, you flatter me.
Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I just made a pot of tea and set some cups.
Oh, really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? Aha! The Wanderers return at last. Where on earth have the pair of you been? We've been in court? Oh, for Mr. Moustache's case? No, that was today, was it? I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure you did. Sholmes. Stupid sexy man. Well, we can laugh about it now. Okay. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We've managed to escape without a guilty verdict at least. Really? I would have liked to see it. What? Trial, oder? And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been so long. Also, is Lord Van Zieks an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that odor? Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed. That's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. Also. Oh dear. Alright, I'll bite. What's he up to now? Was hat er getan? Hat er wieder irgendwas erfunden, das wir brauchen können? Ah. Okay, wir reden jetzt mal über Lord Van Zieks. Lord Beric Van Zieks. Yes, it's an interesting subject he was, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts, sooner or later, their hapless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames. Or succumbing to a sudden fever, or, quite out of the blue, being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Moustache is fighting fit. For the time being, at least. Goddammit. Stop reading. I don't know. That's not very reassuring. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zieks' own hand. As it happens, Miss Susato, that is quite impossible. Oh, why? Naturally, the man very quickly became under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast iron alibi. Really? Immer an alibi. And so his reign continued, but 5 years ago. He vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. And really did end bitterly indeed. And there you are, facing Mr. Reaper again.
Poor Runo, I know how you... I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky. Or incredibly unlikable.
Hey! I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. Ja, was ist da passiert? Tell me. With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well as Mr. Sato and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Ziek seems to have an inherent disdain for the Japanese. Indeed, it is an interesting observation. Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Shams? It was about 10 years ago that Barak Van Ziek chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. No! No way! What the... Tell us more, Mr. Shams. What happened? I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. Why? Oh, but... Why? The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. Das ist bestimmt der letzte Fall dann. Sicher der letzte Fall. For now, however, it is Mr. Moustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. True, was ist jetzt dieser Schmell? So, what is that indescribable foul smell? Ah, well, most probably this, I would say. Shams hatte eine Affäre mit Rios bestem Freund! Hä? Fanfic schreiben, los. What is that? My dear fellow, it is of course my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. What? What? Testen, ob Tee Tee ist, oder wie? Was?
Oh my.
There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris? Oh no! Wait, this is adorable.
At the ready, Harley.
Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? Turns black. It's turned completely black. And what a foul odor it's giving off. Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes, the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. It would appear that this cup was particularly fine Darjeeling. You just wasted it. That's very ingenious, but what do you do with that black liquid now? Why, I dispose of it naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Shams. Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science. In the world of chemical investigations also, investigation also.
Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times.
I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Sherlock-Holmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative techniques is based. This little tea indicant was a happy product of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that. Forensische Wissenschaft, let's go! So, your t-test, is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints. Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels here. I hadn't even heard of them until recently. Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course. Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes? There are others in that field already, and I arbor the company of inferior minds. Good. No, what I am researching is skin prints. Also. Skin prints? A nomenclature of my own design, as is this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes. As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. Excuse me. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Okay, kannst du mir die Sachen geben? Ich brauche die vielleicht. Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues. Finger tricks with extra steps, yes.
That's the spirit, Runo. See you later.
Yes, until later. No, Mr. Sholmes. We were thinking you'd come with us. You were? Yes, of course. You said so just a moment ago. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes. I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later, and in all likelihood, probably, maybe, well, I might. Sholmes, no! Your commitment astounds me.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Runo. Bye, Susie.
Okay, jetzt können wir uns bewegen. Da ist er doch. Hello. Mr. Sholmes, what are you up to over there? What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi! What are you doing here, Sholmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems. Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised? Ich mag ja sein Outfit viel mehr ohne den Mantel, honestly. With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. Ich mag halt das Gilet, das er trägt. Das Jackett, I don't know. Das ist ein Gilet. Weste. Das ist das andere Wort für Gilet. Eine Weste. Hello. Ich hatte gerade nur das andere Wort im Kopf. What's all this? Oh. Scary! All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. Harlock Sholmes' sensational skin print seeker gun. Aha. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample? From Mr. Shamespeare's cup. Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. Oh, nice! I can't see anything. There, now I spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed. Spray? How do I do that exactly? A little press of A on the area you're interested in is all that's required, like this. What is that stuff? It's like fog. A suspension of the chemical indicator in a pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on this night in question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. Also, ich möchte eigentlich den da wissen. I knew it! Es war so klar, dass da ein Fake-Ding war. Mann! Aber ich dachte, es läuft nicht, weil ich weiß, dass da was ist. Okay. Oh, look at all this here. Ah, yes, interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints. Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Oh, das war Susato. Why are there so many on this... Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Also hat jemand gewendet! Oh my god! He did vent. Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here. There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over though, is there? I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes. Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yes, there's no obvious explanation. Ja, ja. Ah, falschen Ort. Warte, hat die andere Taste genauso viel berührt? Haha! Mehr jede Orte. Okay, manchmal ist es gar nicht so einfach, den richtigen Ort zu treffen für zu sprayen. But you know. Look, there are dozens of handprints there. Here. So there are. A great many indeed. So much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact. It sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall, but he admired this picture? Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene, after all. And without wishing to state the obvious,
You wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel.
Oh, very true, Mr. Sato. It's a bit of a mystery then. Das waren die 2 Orte, die man... Ich würde eigentlich alles anschauen, einfach weil es geht. Well, we sprayed Mr. Shom's amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we?
We did, but there are 2 places in particular that are of interest, I would say.
The handprints on the floor here, there. And on the wall by the picture, you mean? Kann ich die jetzt angucken?
Yes, and I think the floor warrants close investigation. I want to be a moment.
Ah! What is it, Mr. Sato?
Look here, Mr. Naruto. One of the floorboards has popped out.
One of the... You mean... It's a secret hiding place? Excellent work, Mr. Sato. So what do we have in here? Oi! What are you doing? What are you not doing? Inspector Gregson. Stand aside right this minute. It's my job to investigate there. No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips while we dig around under the floor here. Your fancy talk's putting me off my foot anyway, Sholmes. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find.
It's not a hiding place you could make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw tatami mat.
No, I know. But I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious?
Oh! I'll investigate it once.
Kann man sich aufmachen. Da ist nichts, okay.
There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall.
How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints?
I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over there. And touching the wall over and over in one place like that.
Huh? There you are, a print for you. Huh? The photograph of the handprints on the wall has been entered into the court record. Oh, thank you very much. His invention can make prints too. Now then, I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there. I'm desperate to know.
So am I.
Warte mal, ich möchte mal das Bild angucken. This is so very weird. Why? Why? Das gibt gar keinen Sinn. Weird. Na dann. Mr. Gregson! I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath the floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted. Inspector Gregson, really, it's been too long. Oh no. Gegen die Wand geschlagen. Hat das Soseki getrappt. Ich meine, was? Moment. Nein! Bäh! Während Soseki in Julia Dress gedingselt war. Sure. Das ist bestimmt was passiert ist. Oh no. What is it, Holmes? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there. Seeing as we're such good friends. We're not friends. Nice. No, I suppose not. Oh. Ich wollte den Witz nicht bringen. Aber wir haben alle daran gedacht. Yay. It is a failure. Yes, I heard. I'd kill to know what was under the floorboard. Schaust in einen Kopf gekriegt. Alright then, fair's fair. What? You did discover the hiding place after all. I suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you. Armer Sholmes. Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Aye, stop making me out to be some kind of nut. Bist keine Nuss? There were 3 items under the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know? Ja, sagen wir erstmal über das Newspaper. Looks like this was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick. A convict who got sick and died while he was serving time up in Manchester. How terrible. It made the headlines down here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got to him first. Oh my goodness. He committed a capital offense? Man by the name of Selden. Nasty piece of work into burglaries and murder. What's in the box? They say the balls he'd knocked off was worth about £1,000. A hoard? Of treasure, you mean? Jewelry and the like. But he'd hidden it somewhere and no one knows where, and now he's dead. Selden a name? Oh, Melva! Hehe. The papers loved it, of course. £1,000 were lost on roulette to hell. Or some such was the headline. Does it not strike you, though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor? I suppose, now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we've got on Selden back at the yard and see if I can turn anything up. Okay. Können wir nachher noch besser angucken? Was für ein Foto war denn drinne? So, this is the photograph I found. It looks reasonably recent to me. Oh, warte, ist das vielleicht der Bruder von Olive? War er die Person, die so wie gestorben ist hier? Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the streets in front of the house there. Here. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Gorrydepp. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Gorrydepp, the landlord of course. But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Gorrydepp's son, perhaps? No. Perhaps. You can take the print if you like. Really? Are you sure? We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is. Is that true? Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately, you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. Oh. Ist kein Gumshoe, sad. My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work. All the more reason I'm not telling you. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. The hidden order photograph has been entered into the court record. Ich glaube, wir können damit vielleicht zu Olive gehen. I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Shakespeare himself isn't in it. Photographic prints are still rare treasures on the East End. I imagine Mr. Gary Depp was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it. Oder wir können vielleicht Gary Depp fragen. Ja, ja, so. Ich finde das super. Die Box, so. Was ist denn in der Box? Oh. Now, this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? Aber brauchst du einen Schlüssel? Olive hat einen Schlüssel. Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be in the least surprised. Yeah. Funny enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty. Also, ist empty, schade. What? Shakespeare, give us a clue, man! Schade. Irgendwo muss aber der Schlüssel, den Olive hat, bestimmt gebraucht werden. You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, at least we've found out what's inside the box. Yes, thin air, it's empty. Rather like how I feel inside. Is there nothing more to this box then, I wonder? Meow! A baby! Hello. Kid. Oh, look! It's that lovely little kitty cat. What was his name? It's Mr. Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him, actually. Why don't we call it, Wakahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. I wonder how he got in here. Clever cat. I want a pet! Yee! Kätzchen! I want to get bitten pet some more! Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wakahai, here's something delicious I brought for you from the cat's meat man. Oh, Bibi! Adorable. Bibi! No! Oh, no! Baby sleepy. He couldn't be happier now, look. I just hope we can bring some happiness to his owner, too. Katze! Oh, sorry, ihr stirbt an Niedlichkeit. Ich weiß gar nicht, wie das enden soll, wenn ich Stray spiele. Oh, die ist überstretcht. Oh, ich hab ihn ja. Oh. That was a cheeky little meow, Wakahai. Oh. Oh, but he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever. Same. No, I'm allergic to it against adorableness. No. Du wolltest wohl Mew schreiben. Cute as Overload is nothing Mew. Da ist voll die Opportunity verpasst. Schlecht. I think he may not appreciate that after a while. And we have an investigation to get back to. Ah, was ist falsch mit uns, ey? So, aber er ist hier da hinten durchgekommen. Also da hinten muss irgendwas dahinter sein, nicht? Naja. Ich glaube, jetzt gerade kann man hier nichts mehr tun. Ich bin kein Paliko, ich bin nicht gut in Cat Puns. Oh. I love Cat Puns, they're perfect. So. Was haben wir da? Condemned criminal dies of natural cause in prison. Manchester's Strange Ways prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Seldom by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead, before his capital punishment could be carried out. Okay. Und das Bild. Und das haben wir doch schon mal bei Dings gesehen. Kann ich Wackerheim mitnehmen? Ich will Wackerheim mitnehmen. Könnte ich das ihr zeigen? Weil war nicht... Siehst du? Geil, ich hab's doch richtig im Kopf gehabt. Und ich glaube eher Bruder oder so. Das habe ich alles schon mal gelesen. Okay, die Frage ist... Kann ich das irgendwie mit ihr interagieren damit? Kann ich irgendwie ihr das zeigen? Ich kann es ihr nicht zeigen. No, man, stop, no! Don't call me out like that. Ich kann es ihr aber nicht irgendwie zeigen, ne? Dieses Bild, ey. Dass der fucking 32 ist. So sieht nicht aus wie 32. Holy shit, das sieht viel älter aus. I'm sorry. Aber wann siehst du, siehst scheiße alt aus. Also, siehst nicht so alt aus, wie du bist. Nee, gut, fuck. 32. Ich kann, glaube ich, hier nicht mit dem interagieren. Kann ich zu... Kann ich mit Gary Depp sprechen, maybe? Vielleicht kann ich mit ihm reden. 22. Februar. Mr. und Mrs. Gary Depp's room. Mr. Gary Depp seems to be out. Appears to be out. Oh, well, I suppose we just have to come back again later. Okay. Boy. Well, probably shouldn't poke around in here with Mr. Gary Depp is out. Okay, ich darf nicht. Na dann können wir hier auch nichts machen. Oder Briar Road gehen. Wir können theoretisch noch mal ins Gefängnis gehen. Oh, Selden heißt ein Hund von Baskerville. Ha! Ich meine, anscheinend ist der Hound of Baskerville ist vor, also in dem Spiel. Ist über den Fall, den wir aktuell machen, geschrieben, glaube ich, wenn ich das richtig im Kopf habe. Noch. So, aber hier können wir auch nichts tun, ne? Doesn't look like it. Ist ein Schneemann immer noch? Nee, okay, ich glaube, wir müssen in Prison gehen. Sonst war man literally überall. Okay. Ich habe die auch nie aktiv gelesen. Ich habe aber, glaube ich, Hound of Baskerville irgendwo hier rumliegen. Irgendwo. 22. Februar. Local Prison Cell 9.
Oh, Mr. Natsume is back.
So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello. Ich auch. I am a cat. What? Sorry? Don't know who Mr. Natsume is. Or Herlock Sholmes. I don't know about courts or trials or old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat.
Mr. Naruhodo is trying to escape from reality.
I am a cat. I am a cat. Believe I am a cat. Trying to? He already has. Completely. So, what is your name then? Sudden Furry. As yet, I have no name.
Mr. Naruhodo, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality.
What is going on?
Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume?
Nice. I am not a cat. Ich nenne das Whiskers. Also.
It worked. He's back in the real world.
Oh, what's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that. It's obvious. I'm accused soul and never going to escape this accused fate.
Mr. Natsume, no. It's nothing. It's morning. This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope.
Yes, local student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent in court, in my lodgings. Here, there, everywhere. Oh god. What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss. Oh, yes, yes, we must. Yo. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course. If I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just blocked those out, then today, being in the courtroom was it was the most moving experience of my life. Look, I'm stood to Mr. Naruto Esquire. God damn it. You're too kind.
Scotland Yard found the remaining tea just as we just deduced and are analyzing it as we speak.
There's nothing wrong with the tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a solemn sworn Soseki certainty. Also. Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies. Also.
And at the time, you were both completely fine.
And shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shakespeare then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceeding will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. About Mr. Shakespeare. The Mr. Shakespeare. That rotten Shakespeare. What have I ever done to him? You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently? I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all! Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner. Let you know what, Mr. Natsume? About the soap, of course. What else? Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend? Da, lesen. Of course I am. If I had money, I wouldn't have chosen to live an accused existence in such accused lodgings. Oh, yes, you said it's because the place is cursed, that it's so cheap, didn't you? Exactly. Especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place, and is trying to kill me. Aha. Capital offender? Might I ask welcomes to Mr. Naruto Esquire, that the next time you visit me, you bring a score of super soft soaps. War das der Typ? What's this? It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shakespeare's room. Ah, so he knew, did he? Sorry? About this man, Selden. A convicted killer, and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings. Okay. What? He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another. A miserable mustache, much maligned Japanese man. Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. Okay. The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now. And at the time, he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Garidep's house. What? He lived where you do now? That's right, yes. Exactly where I live now. In my very room. Oh my. Your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense. But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse. What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume? It's already caused one death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison, a man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger, he was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. Locked from the inside. Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So, that's the convict's curse, is it? Yes, well, that was the start of it. Machen das Gespräch mit ihm fertig und dann würde ich sagen, machen wir Feierabend für heute. So, you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume? Stop locking your rooms if you wanna live! Also. The official cause of death was asphyxia. Erstickung. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas. Gas? I only found out after I'd signed the lease. When Mr. Garidep came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, I known beforehand, I probably ever been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease luckily legal. Lucky for Mr. Garidep maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. And now you believe this curse is affecting you. It is! At first, I just felt as though I was being watched at the time. And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you? They They are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. Ja, und dann schläft er noch mit Gas an, ja. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice. But why is your room so cold? And then winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas. Shouldn't, yeah. But that's terrible. That's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shakespeare last night, when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident than can be explained by a curse, though. Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Goridip's rooms? Weird. Okay. Speichern. Interesting. Ich speichere hier einfach mal. Loop. Loop. Ui. Sleepy. So. Aber. Kann ich überhaupt Sachen umstellen? Voice is on. Aha. Screen flashes, vibrations, waiting time. Back to title. Ja, wir speichern nochmal. So. Weil dann würde ich einfach gucken, dass wir uns so Kitty rüberschieben. Die spielt gerade Wind Waker. Und wir machen nächste Woche weiter mit Streams. Grundsätzlich. Donnerstag, Normalfall, wenn es geht. So, also bedanke ich mich ganz herzlich fürs Zugucken. Und wir machen einen Trash Panda Raid. Und so. Ihr kennt the stuff, right? Goodbye!